Welcome, welcome. So yeah, yesterday we were working in kind of our testing framework stuff. Uh, we may have stared too long into the abyss, um, but we've got a way to run the tests with like the new kind of GL profile. Um, but what we need to do is kind of green up what broke because of the new profile. Migrate what we need to the new GL profile ways. Test path. That's good enough. All right, so let's go over to glop. We've got a lot of changes right now, which is not good. We need to have smaller changes than this, but um, I'm kind of seeing what I can see and trying to unbreak what is broken. I was thinking about it this morning when I was walking the dog, and it's like these tests must be breaking because we are now doing depth testing, but uh, we don't really want to be depth testing when we're drawing text. We want it to just draw and blend with what's there, um, kind of regardless of whether something is near to the camera or far to the camera. We want the text to show up over top. So we do know that when we run the text tests, say that 10 times fast, we get a bunch of reject files, right? But we have no rejection file for test 0 and for test 1. What did I change with test 1, if anything? Nothing in the test. Okay. Did, what did I change in the improperly named file dictionary? We're saving color buffer and depth buffer state, and then enabling blend, setting a blend function, enabling depth test with depth less than or equal. My heart says we should disable this. What do the tests say? I should clean rejects first. That it doesn't break more things. Okay, I'm happy about that. And I will explicitly disable it instead of happen to have whatever it is that we're given. When we defer pop attrib, we're popping from the attribute stack, and that's basically saying take all of the state for the color buffer and the depth buffer attributes, save them to a stack, and then once we're done, this defer will run and pop off our changes to revert to whatever it was at this point, which is good. Wait, I didn't save the file. Did I? Oh no, I cleaned it up a little bit and then didn't save it. Yeah, okay. Pardon me, I'm a little not sick, just a bit of a scratchy throat. What are you up to these days, Chandu? See, this is saying we couldn't prep. I would have expected the last test that ran to enforce invariance and set the background color correctly. So let's take a look at that. I think it's in render test GL context dot go. Hmm. GL invariance. Yeah, yeah. It's in here. Bad background. So hold on. We say it couldn't prep. Oh, because where this gets called, we trapped the area. Couldn't prep. Yeah. Wait a minute. Uh, enforce matrix stuff. That should just do it the right thing. Why does prep have all of this? Right. And we're just not drawing anything in those other cases. And yet we can do GUI test data text overlaid lines 0 ping. We get that fine. And we get this fine. Good time to stream, just got the stereoscopic output I needed for I'm GUI. Nice! Good work, Vossi. Yeah, you were saying, was it you or somebody else saying they were looking at getting into streaming? I think it was somebody else. But yeah, welcome back. Um, How are we going to pull the teeth on this failing test? It's strange now that this one runs, doesn't corrupt things enough that this one breaks, but then we're corrupted enough that this breaks. Very strange. It was somebody else. I don't think I've ever mentioned anything about streaming yourself. Yeah. Yeah, no, just when I read it was a good time to stream, I was like, oh, if you're getting into streaming, yeah. But yeah. I think somebody yesterday was talking about how they wanted to get into streaming with while learning Golang and Rust or something like that. I don't know. Yesterday was so long ago. Who even knows what happened? Can't be held accountable for things and more than 5 minutes ago. uh, yeah, you would, but the majority of things you work on is private at the moment. Yeah, fair enough. Here's the thing we can do. Um, let's run just this test, watch it pass, and see if there's any particular test combination that fails. Reduce the set. Whoa, that one failed. Okay. We didn't get far enough to generate a regex file. No, scratch that. We did generate the right image, but then we no. Before we could even run the test, we bailed out when we were prepping. Uh, we expected opaque. Pardon me. We expected transparent. Pardon me. We expected opaque black, but we got transparent. Okay. Right. Okay. It makes sense that this is the line, because this is where we ought to call into a function that preps and then runs the past function. Um, We skip these because they don't have focus on them, and then we do this. But I don't think we actually get there because the initial prep failed. This prep failed. Because this panicked. So what you're telling me is that somebody set the background color to transparent. Is your leader key actually slash? Yep. Backslash. Indeed it is. I don't hit it for anything else. I avoid Windows file system paths, so I don't need to use it. And then it's just string escaping and leadering. But okay, who was setting? I think I asked this question yesterday. Who was setting a background color that was purely transparent, like black but transparent, all zeros? Pink background.a ought to be not 0. Where is that on my keyboard though? To the left of Z? Oh no, I've got like a American layout, so like I'm from Canada, but American keyboard layout is like the default for us. So not that, not that. This is not the NUS. There. There. No, like they're that's also wrong. It's kind of like this one. No, because there's all these. My backslash is here, above a small, not tall enter. Um, I thought that was just like the standard, like this. Anyways, yeah, it's one key up from enter for me, so it's not far, not awkward for me. Okay, who was setting a black background? That's the definition. We set it to opaque black here. UK low for you? Yeah. We set it to opaque black here. Opaque black. We already traced through the calls to with clear color. We're getting I don't see gah in the log, so it's not that we're not fetching the old one correctly. Space is your leader key. That makes so much sense. Because when do you ever hit space in normal mode? Oh. Like my fingers know backslash, so I'm not going to change it, but space is probably a better choice. So how could clear color get set to something we never pass? You mapped it a while ago? Yeah. We're not getting shafted by some library, are we? This is just the pass through. This is the header file that like declares it. No, I think we're okay. Ugh. Like I don't think we write their examples or run their examples. I hope. It might be time to bust out the debugger. And every time I do, I need to look up how I do it. Test DLB. This is the wrong, what you call it? This is the wrong command line to be testing. We'll just have to uncomment things out. Um, is that how you set a recursive path? Nope. Yours is Tron. My music is so different to yours. Yours is Tron Legacy uh, original soundtrack. Noise. Star, star, star. There we go. I'm surprised my default path is not that. But anyways, um, let us re-enable more of these tests, and instead of focus conveying, we will just convey. We will just convey. We'll need to rebuild here, and then restart, and then we're going to break on gl.clearColor. We're going to run it. I should probably learn about conditional breakpoints. You're having a deja vu moment. Maybe I already mentioned it to you, but you can do Q: to bring up a command list and Q/ to bring up your search list. I like to do Control F whilst in command mode as well, since I can use Vim motions whilst entering commands that way. Though Q: is essentially entering command mode and then doing Control F. I don't think you have mentioned this. Q:. Like Q:? Okay. Q/ to bring up your search list. Oh. Oh. I did not know about that. Yeah, from normal mode. I think it's I do have an error showing. One of my auto commands. Let's go to dot files and see what we can see. Also, my dot files are terrible. Don't judge. Now, I always forget where to look for my like. There we go. Buff enter hook. What's the thing for like CTAG styles searching? Yeah, just because I noticed when you were doing set path, you were using arrow keys. Good old Control F will allow you to jump using Vim motions. Very useful. Yeah, thank you. So if I understood that problem correctly, that's not really my Strugolwhack. Um, let us copy this out. Auto command. In my head, I'm like, okay, I know we had some kind of auto command somewhere. Um, but maybe just in FT plugin and maybe syntax, FT detect. Why not? I thought I disabled Syntastic, but maybe I didn't. Buff enter hook. Buff enter. Just grep for your auto command and search for buff enter, I guess. Oh, I'm doing that. Yeah. uh, yeah. So looks like an old syntax highlighting plugin defines it. What's the S prefix again? It's like specific to this script. Look at the source Vim script. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I just need to remove that. Um, does that issue also show when you're in command mode already and do a Control F? That's a good question. Um, so if I do a colon and then Control F, it does. It sure do. Line 11. while okay, all the files. Do head of the file -n11. I'm going to echo the command first. Do head of the file, which is $I. Take the first 11 lines, then take the last line, and then print it. Let's do echo $I, right? And then let's look at this. This is probably a history file. .swap. Yep. Does this happen in the args list or quick fix list? Let's find out. Ugh. I hit Control F there and it did not. :Q again will do it, but so it does not happen in the args list or quick fix list. I'm searching every 11th line in my Vim config for lclose. I don't know if that's a smart thing to do or a dumb thing to do, but it's taking a lot longer than I ever expected. How much bits and bytes are there? Ugh! I mean, I use Vim a lot, but like 2 gigs of Vim config, that's a bit much. This is interesting, and don't worry about sidetracking me. Yeah, what the heck? There must be like built binaries somewhere, or like, well, it's in bundle. You complete me. There's probably a better way to do this instead of just manually looking. We probably have like a copy of Clang checked out. Third party. Yo, dog, I heard you like third party. Okay. They bring their dependencies with them, it seems. And how? How do you want to bet it's in Rust analyzed third party? Oh, no. libexec. Oops. There's just, oh, sorry. That was only 1.3 megs. For some reason, I read that as gigs. Rust Analyzer has 1.5 gigs. I guess it's split between lib and share. My god. Good old Rust. Yeah. Okay. So that lclose did not find it. What is this SNR 4257720 425? What is going on? So it's like whenever we enter a buffer, we could tell Syntactic to call the buffer hook. So I would imagine this is the one. Is there a way to search that output? I can scroll through it and then use my terminal. Oh my god! Ugh. Yeah, it's the Syntactic buff enter hook. Does Vanilla Vim not use tree sitter? I don't know. I imagine my understanding is that tree sitter is like a syntax tree parser helper that kind of groks broken code is still searchable. Maybe Google knows. Does Vim use tree sitter by default? I don't think it does. Maybe it's just NeoVim. I'm on like Vanilla Vim. It's more than just a syntax highlighter, but sure. But I mainly use it for the syntax highlighting, and then ctags on top of that for more in-depth jumps. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't like having to rebuild ctags all the time. YCM kind of sits there and does it when it thinks it needs to, which usually works okay. But I think what I think need to do is just get rid of Syntactic. You don't rebuild it either. Is there a way to auto build it, or probably like small little auto command for myself which handles it? Yeah. Okay. So it's like, yeah. Is Syntactic the only thing in pack? Yeah. So we can just move that to temp vim. Oh look, it doesn't break. Hold on. I just did a control W. Control WK. It doesn't let me navigate out of this window. It's like sticks you here until you close it. Interesting. Uh, it's not super simple. It did things like detect which buffers are modified, so when I do write all, it doesn't run it multiple times and break. Yeah. There's some edge cases you still need to resolve. Yeah. Um, I don't think I use Syntactic anymore. It had its day. Uh, Goodbye, Syntactic. Thanks for all the fish. We can get it back if we want. You can't nav out of the command line window. Just one of those things, I guess. Yeah, it feels strange to me. Feels strange. Anyways. Hey, look at that. I mean, we still can't nav out, but... Okay. Where were we? We were trying to run tests and see where the clear color got called, and I wanted to figure out conditional breakpoints. I'm kind of embarrassed that I don't know it already, but um, that's okay. We can always learn. I personally love it for substitutes. If I know I need to substitute something else and I already have a template for that substitute with something else, I do a colon Q and just replace rapid. But yeah, enjoy. It's very niche, but I guess useful. Yeah, no, that is sweet. And the pattern history as well. Being able to search through that kind of in that window. Very nice. I think it's called conditional. Condition. And then I can list breakpoints with with BP. So I'm gonna say cond one. Uh, I need to figure out what the expressions are that I can use. Really, what I should do is step into this. Well, or I could just say like alpha equals 0. Yeah, we have access. Okay. So cond 1 alpha is 0. That was fun. Okay, so you're telling me. What are you telling me here? What? Oh, okay. Uh, how do you reset? I think it's just restart with the new args. But I want to print the args that I've got. Uh, I don't think I have it. But maybe we'll just do that one. Okay, so we're going to break on gl.clearColor, and we're going to set a condition on thing for alpha 0, and we're going to run it. Okay, nobody called GL clear color was 0. Fair enough. It's kind of annoying that we can't run multiple test binaries, or sorry, multiple packages tests in one DLV session, because the way it works is it compiles a binary for that package that does all the tests, and that's per package. Wait, what if package was like dot? No Go files here. This is probably not the way to do this, but I'm. Man. Ugh. I mean, I guess I could just do like for each of these. How list directories? No. Okay. Pipe through. Do DLV test. I. There's a way to. There's a way to say replace all, but echo foo. Well, oh yeah, we're doing it. We're echoing first. Echo DLV test I, but switch that to nothing. We'll need to do it under XVFB. Uh, yeah. Let's do that. What? Who left that alive? Me, but let's we'll have to do a dash A or whatever for auto serve. Yay. Okay, so this, but don't echo it, run it. You can't have nice things. It's like, yeah, I know Studin's not a terminal. Don't bother me about that. Something is screwy with our setup teardown code. Matrix stacks need to all be size 1, but stack sizes were all 2. Somebody left it like that. I can't even do a dash run that targets the right thing because that's by test name, not by package name. I guess we can do go test that. Okay. Pipe through. What did I do? Go test $$i or break. Done. Go list. Type through while read I. That's switching all the slashes. No. We'll get there. Okay, so GUI. Oh, we're using XVFB. And it's only running. We only have rejects for LOL. I need more coffee. A lot more coffee. It's not really live. Yeah, I need to do. Okay, it's not like it's a sizing issue. Okay, this is saying that this test passes in isolation. Did this run the... It did run GUI test stuffs. Okay. Well, I guess this is in GUI. So we don't know if that actually hit test text specs. It probably didn't because it shouldn't pass. To clean the rejects before that. So does running it like that cause the red with border reject? No, it does not. Can I pass in before I get too lost, this is still running. Let's not have it running. XVFB run. Go test. Well, yeah. Go test. /render and /GUI. Will that run the tests I want it to? I think so. I should have cleaned Redux first. But we see that render and GUI, running the render test breaks the GUI test. Okay. Can we run the render test? Make Sorry, I thought that running the GUI test by themselves didn't break this test, the red with border test. Running it by itself works. So there's something going on in other GUI tests. Getting crosstalk between tests and GUI. Getting crosstalk between tests in club GUI. We've proven it. That's true. Okay. Next up. Can we get a list of the tests that run? Right there. I don't want it to list the file part. I mean, I guess we could. We're gonna have to. Yeah. Okay. So we'll have to process the text anyways because it's got a func in front of it. So we'll pipe it through sed switch everything till a space to nothing. Yeah, we need the first space. And then pipe through sed switch open paren dot star for nothing. Pipe through, well, let's put it onto test list. Okay. Actually, let's sort it and put it onto test list. Okay. test region clipping is always the thing I care about. Okay, so can we reproduce the failure with go xvfb run, go test, dash run. We did this in haunts. Okay, just reads the slice, reads each line. Yep. Okay, so go run. Oops. Slash haunts tools crosstalk from victim is a file that says test region clipping and test list. What a lovely helper I made for myself. Test region clipping coupled with test dictionary render string fails. I guess we were already doing exactly that test, but now we know it's not something else. And it's not test run text specs, it's test dictionary render string. Wait a minute. We might want to clear the stencil buffer as well, but um, it shouldn't matter what we set the depth buffer to. There shouldn't matter what the clear depth is, because we disable the depth test. This is very confusing. Ooh. Um, this .png file comes about when we notice there's a difference and want to complain. We haven't set up any background specificity, and so we should be returning the default background, which is opaque black. What the heck? So we didn't set a specific background color. This is opaque black. We don't pass along the background color. It's the default, so somebody else uses a non-default background color. Should probably update my path. Why would clearing the screen inside of the test work, but depending on prep doesn't? We don't. We purge here. We make sure everything has run. We purge here too. We purge here too. Give it a fail fast queue. Wait, what? Is this comment after runtime lock? Is that needed? Like we've already started up here. The old one expects you to do it again. Uh, I doubt that that's the problem. And maybe even hold test infrastructure. Probably doesn't do this. Stale comment or bug? Not sure. Need to figure it out. To do. Not in init. Fine. After walk OS thread. You sure? Okay. Need a quick break. Be right back. Okay. So yes, it might be that we got to do this on a thread that has locked up, but I'm not sure we do. I'm more sure that we do now, looking at this. No, we don't. We don't need to do it on startup because this is process global stuff, and it's only when we create a window that we end up with thread local stuff like OpenGL state. So I'm confident that it's not that now. I'm just gonna not take that bug, and I'm just gonna clean this up. This is what has to happen. Yeah. That might be a problem. No, it's sorry. We can start up. We can't create window. Yeah. We might want to do this. We might want to assert that we're on the render thread. Um, maybe. Maybe the better place to do that is on the level of abstraction one higher, like system thing. But yeah, so like we can make system objects and it'll be fine. It's just we need to only create GL contexts and hence windows um, on the render thread. We don't have like a buffer history, do we? No. Nope. We support multiple windows now. Okay, and then we don't need to write it down. There's only this one. Okay. Yeah. I think we've already bit that bite, shot that shot, took that step. We already did the thing where we allocated the bug number, so we can't use it again. Okay. My coffee's a bit cold, but I got a big thermos of hot water. So I might add a little bit of it to my cold coffee, make it hot. And before I spill it all over everything and short out my computer. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, it's nice to not have to worry about that, except when creating window, which kind of makes sense. Okay, and yeah, it was that we weren't clearing the thing. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So for some reason, somehow, if we do a GL clear here, we pass the test. If we don't, we fail the test. If we don't run the other test, we fail the test. Or sorry, if we don't run the other test, doesn't matter what we do here. It doesn't matter if we clear or not here, we pass this test. So it must be that the render string, test dictionary render string, is doing something that breaks the background image for the, this part. Um, I don't know if we're actually enforcing this as an invariant yet. Maybe we should. We should be triple checking that we are, in fact, okay. So that passes the test. What if we clear the depth buffer? Probably not enough. Right. Okay, so why did this not end up calling clear the depth buffer? So we call this and pass it a function that does stuff, which means we call this passing a wrapper of what we were given, which means we call this passing a wrapper of what we were given, which means we call this passing a wrapper of what we were given, which means we make a wrapper of what we were given, and call this. So with this, wait, should we? Okay, it's better to find this than to not find this, but that's annoying. Um, we cleared a buffer, we swapped it away, and what we came back with was dirty. Okay, this test is failing probably because we're not passing in the background that we need to blit against. And then the empty pixel is really strange. But we're getting there. Okay, hold on. Why? We have, okay, we've got a few different tests that test empty image. Which one is it that fails? Comp test 208. This is the checker failure. Oh, hold on. We should just like fail, right? Make test run args is more crosstalk. This doesn't panic. It exits the go routine. We won't run our cleanup if somebody fatal Fs. We won't run our cleanup if somebody fatal Fs. Testing.t.fatal F fail now exits the go routine. They do not panic. This means that if we're running render tests, we won't detect the failure, and so we won't get a chance to enforce invariance to clean up GL state. This means if test A fails, test B might get a wonky GL state, and fail spuriously. Result. Such a failure usually manifests as a failure in prep. It's hard to associate the failure in prep with the test that actually failed. It's really just saying some poor canary walked into the coal mine and there was poison gas, not here's the guy who's been eating beans and ripping them 200 feet underground. Um, we need to find a way to clean up even if FN calls runtime dot. What is it? We could tag the render queue with a dirty bit that we check in enforce variants to decide whether to bail or not. Or we run it in a Go routine. Um, even better. Oh, we have to run it on this Go routine though. That's not true. Um, the queue is what has the render queue on it, not FN. But then if somebody calls t.fatalf on a render queue thread, yeah. We could spawn Go routine. That's sacrificial. coroutine to do this call, but we still need a way to recover if someone calls t.fatal on the render thread. That's really the... It could just be don't use tfatalf if you're on the render thread. One even thinks like maybe have a adapter interface to wrap Golang testing T's that checks if you're on the render thread before you fatalf. But anyways. Probably really bad. Okay. Now that being said, we can understand why we're getting a lot of crosstalk. And we're getting things like, there was 2 things on the stack when we prep. What happens when I have a queue that runs runtime.goexit, and then somebody tries to queue and purge on it? If goexit doesn't run finalizers, does it? Wait. Panics return. Whoa. Deferred closures run, but because there is no panic, recover returns nil. So we do have a way to detect it. Somebody's recover returns nil when we know we haven't completed. Okay. But deferring a close of the we can at least fail fast by deferring non-conditional close of the work channel. Yeah, that's good. Let's make sure we read that right, though. Sorry, I can hear my kid crying in the next room, and it's really distracting me. Um, don't worry, my wife is looking after her. She's not ignored. Okay, I think I need like a bit of a mental break. Um, I'm gonna play a little game. So if you're not familiar with this game, it is called Renzoku, although it might be known by many other names. But basically, you have a grid of 9 by 9. Each column and each column and each row need to have the digits 1 to 9, no repetitions. And if a dot is present between two boxes, that says that these two numbers are adjacent. And if there's not a dot, it says these two numbers are not adjacent. Fill in the grid. That's the game. So I know this can't be a 1. It can't be a 2, otherwise there would be a dot here. It can't be a 3, because there's a 3 in this row. If it was a 4, I don't see any problems just yet. Same with 5. Can't be a 6, 7, or 8, because that's adjacent and equal to 7. Could be a 9. Okay. Now this has to be adjacent to this, so it's either 3, 4, 5, 6, or 8. But it can't be an 8, because that's adjacent to 9. So that means this can't be a 9. It can't be a 3, because the 3 is in the thing. It can't be a 6, because it's in the column. 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't be a 3, etc. And now we know that the 4 and 5 of this row are like spoken for. So this can't be a 1 or a 2 or a 3 or a 4 or a 5. It could be a 6, 7, 8, or 9. If this was an 8, this would have to be a 6, and then this would have to be a 6, so it can't be an 8. If this were a 7, this would have to be a 9, and this would have to be a 9, so it can't be a 7. This can't be a 9, 8, or 7, or a 3. This can't be an 8 because there's already an 8 in the column, so this can't be a 9. This can't be a 6 because whether this is a 5 or a 7, 6 is adjacent to a 5 or a 7. This couldn't be a 6. Um, This can't be a 2, nor can it be a 9. So that can't be a 1. That can't be a 2. We got a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We don't have quite enough to know that we've covered the possibilities. So this can't be a 5 because it's adjacent to 4 and 6. This can't be a 4. This can't be a 5 because the 5 has to be amongst these, but it also can't be there next to that guy. Um, so, yeah, this can't be a 4 or a 6. This can't be a 7. The 9 in this column has to be in here. No other things can have it, so that can't be a 1 or 2 in those. And that covers the 9 and the 8. There goes the 4. Nothing in this row can be a 6 anymore. This can't be a 7. This can't be a 4. Part of this game is just like the bookkeeping to know like what you've checked or not. This is 2, 8, 4. Oh, we got 6 here, so that can't be a 6. This can't be an 8, otherwise it would be adjacent. If this was a 5, this would have to be a 4, and then there would be nothing left over for here, so this can't be a 5. Oops. kind of know this can't be an 8. So like, let's just fill it in. So it can't be a 1, 2, or 3 because of the stuff in the row. It can't be a 9 because there's 1 in the column. The things adjacent to this are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but again, no 9 or 3 in the column. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3 in the row, can't happen. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so if this were an 8, we would know this is a 7. And so we'd have an 8 and a 7. We'd have something next to an 8. So this can't be an 8, otherwise it would be a dot here. So 8, 7. Well, it can't be an 8 because it would be adjacent. So it's got to be a 6. But then that means this is a 7, 6. And then there'd be nothing left. So we know this is not an 8. And that can't be a 9. Similarly, like, it's kind of like this has to be adjacent to this and not adjacent to that. So if this was a 4, this is a 5, this is a 5. It can't be adjacent to a 5, but not adjacent to a 5, so this can't be a 5, 4. We can't do a similar trick with this 4 because this could be 3. We can't do a similar trick with this 8 because this could be 9. But it is what it is. So it can't be a 2, 6, or 7. This can't be a 1 or else this would have to be a 2. Could be a 4, can't be a 5, otherwise it would be adjacent to something. Be a 6, can't be a 7, 8, or 9. This can't be a 5, otherwise be adjacent. We've covered the 4, 6, so there's a 1, a 2, and a 5 left. This can't be a 2, otherwise it be adjacent. This can't be an 8, otherwise it would be adjacent. Looking at this, there's a 7, 5 and a 7, 6. If this were a 6, this would have to be a 5, which means this would have to be a 7. So we've got 6, 5, 7 here, but that would clash with that, so this can't be a 6. If this was a 6, this would be a 7, and that would be a 5. So this would be a 6, but 5 and 7 would be covered, so there wouldn't be anything left. This can't be a 6, nor can this. If this were a 6, this would be a 7, this would be a 5. I think it would be okay. Perhaps. But the only thing in this row that can be a 1 is this one. So it's got to be the 1. Has to be the 1. Now each of the 3's here will match to a 4. So if a 4 is over here, we have nowhere to put the 3. So this can't be a 4. The only place in this row that can be a 2 is that. One, 2, 3. Can't be a 9, 8, or a 6, or a 4, or a 5, or a 1, or a 2. So it's a 3 or a 7. 2, 4, 6, 8 are the ones next to it. Can't be a 4 or 6. Can't be a 2. It's gotta be an 8. The 4-6 is covered already, so that's got to be the 3. Can't be next to the 3, so it's... Can't be a 7. 7's not adjacent to 7. And then 5's not adjacent to 7. So 8's taken care of. 9, 7, 8, 6 is taken care of. 1, 2, 4, 5 left in this row. This can't be a 2. If this were a 4, there'd be no place for a 5, so this has to be a... Can't be a 4. Has to be not a 5. Has to be not a 4. 2, 4, 6 is all used up. 2, 4, 6, 7 is all used up. This can't be a 9 or 8, otherwise it'd be adjacent. 7, 5, 6, 7 is used up. This can't be a 4 or an 8. This can't be even. This can't be odd. No 4. Can't be a 4. Oops. So there's a 1, 2, and a 3 left. It's got to be a 1 in this column. Can't be here. It's got to be there. 2 has to be in this column. 3, this column, and this. Oh, this was 1. There's a 3 in this one. It can't be up top. 5, 6, 7, 9. There we go. Hey, Shawshank, welcome back. I'm kind of taking a little break right now just to give my brain a rest. How you doing? Doing good? Glad to hear. Yeah, we're still working on greening up some tests that are failing now that we're using kind of the newer test infrastructure. I think we're probably pretty close actually to greening the things we want to be greening. Right now there's a failure, and I guess we can look at it now. So in my tests for tests, one question you have? Yeah, feel free to ask whenever, whatever. If I don't want to answer, I'll just tell you I don't want to answer. I'm very happy to field questions and stuff, whether it's about this or other stuff. Um, do we have? This should be a 0 by 0. Or it's a 1 by 1, I guess. How often do you just design patterns like factory pattern, singleton pattern, or builder patterns? Um, it depends on the situation. Certainly, the larger the team, the more kind of return on investment you get for using well-known patterns like that. If you're just working on your own thing and you can kind of keep all the code in your head, reach for those if they'll help you, but you don't need to do it apropos of nothing. Um, so, as with everything else, it depends on the context, but certainly in big projects, it's really helpful to have pieces of the code that other people don't have to dig in order to actually understand it. They just know, oh, this is the listener pattern. This is the factory pattern. It just cuts down on the mental load that you need in order to grok what's actually relevant in your application. Um, each of them have their own pros and cons, and so you need to make sure you're using the right one. But sometimes none of them, no pattern is the right pattern, especially if something strange is going on. You don't want people to accidentally read, oh, this must be this pattern I know, when it's really not. That's where your naming is important. That's where your documentation is important. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. Um, each one has its own pros and cons. Exactly. Yep. It's all trade-offs. Um, sorry, just making myself a tea here. Totally depends on your requirements. Exactly. Your requirements and your dev team, right? If you, I would reach for different solutions depending on the size of the project and team working on it. Um, one of the many things to consider, right? Who is gonna be the person looking at this code next? Are they gonna be upset to see this or led astray, right? Okay, so the thing is, we have hold on. Let's look at our reject files. Render test data text. Now, can I resize this window? Yeah. Okay, so it should be a 1 by 1. Looks like a black pixel to me. Um, what was the expected value? Eh, eh. Looks like a transparent pixel to me. Looks like a transparent pixel. um, so yeah, that doesn't match. Um, oops. I should probably pass it the name of the actual file instead of the directory that contains it. Um, oh, I already identified this one. Let's identify the reject. Oops. A transparent pixel takes one more byte than a black pixel. Who knew? Refactoring Guru, design pattern singleton. Follow this for design patterns. Yeah. And certainly having like the one place that your whole team goes when they see pattern X is good, and certainly the explanations and stuff on this is pretty good. Yeah, it's a good reference to use. Okay, so the thing is, when we say that, oh, well, I'm looking at the bug right here. We need to blit against not a transparent background, but whatever background somebody set. That was a debug addition. Okay, so that fixed the empty image thing. But now the checker test is failing. And so again, it's transparent versus a transparent thing. My understanding is that we used to have like no alpha channel in our frame buffer, and now we do. So what used to be always an opaque image can now have some transparency, and we used to have to work around the fact that we had no transparency by blitting the expected file against the expected background. But we don't do that blitting for the actual image we render, right? We expect foo. We're generating actually exactly foo, but we blit the expected image against a black background so that we can I've lost it, so that we can blit check against this one. We blit the expected value. We blit the expected file against the black background, assuming that this had a black background because of the way it used to be. But that's no longer true. This background is now transparent. So for this test, we should specify that we should use a transparent background. Yeah, convoluted, but yeah. You can bookmark it as well. Yeah. Do you know about custom searching? So if we open up this guy, he's probably got a search somewhere. Do they not have search? I guess they just expect you to use Google. Man, now I can't like show off the thing. Let's go to package to go dev. Okay, so when you're doing Golang, you want to look at the docs of a whole bunch, right? And so, Shawshank, are you familiar with the kind of custom search operator thing in Chrome? And probably in Firefox. I don't know the exact methodology or the exact buttons to click in Firefox, but I know how to do it in Chrome. But basically, like a lot of the time, I'm going to be effectively wanting to hit the search box and type in foo, right? Or type in bar or runtime.goexit, right? Why do I have to go to package go dev in order to wait for that text bar to load so that I can type into it? I could type go space and I can search package go dev for runtime.go exit, and I get to the same spot, and it's a lot quicker. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that before, but basically any search box on the internet, you can like right click it and no, you can't. Why did I think you could do that through the right click? Maybe they did it different. I thought it was through the right click. This. Um, you can go to here and add, so that you can give it a name. The shortcut is like the prefix, and then you have to specify the URL. So like uh, if you do a foo or fo for that matter, you can see like where your query string has the token, and so you replace it with mod s, copy that out, chuck it in here, and now Chrome can do string replacement there and just send you. And then you give it a prefix like my handy dandy prefix that is totally short, so it's easy to type or whatever. And you give it a name. I don't want to type it, but yeah, you get it. You get the idea. And then you can delete it. Can I delete this? I can deactivate it. Gemini, get out of here. Get out of here, AI. But yeah, I find that that's a very helpful kind of speed hack. Okay, so checker is failing, and it's probably because we're trying to blit against a black background when the generated image actually has transparency instead of a black background now. So comp test 208. Yeah, it's not a black background. It's an opaque background. So opaque result versus transparent expectation. Render test should look like file should work out of the box when the expectation file has transparent pixels. Yeah. Um, so we're gonna load an image, convert it to a texture. Cool. We're gonna pick a clear color, which is blue, and we're going to draw the texture against the whole viewport. Oh, hold on. This is saying use a background color of blue to like be some element of the original file that doesn't exist. The checker pattern is like just red, black, and transparent. And so instead of having transparent um, in the expected file, they get replaced with blue. And instead of having transparent in the generated file, we replace it with blue, and those should match. Those should still match. Are we no? Oh, no, no. I don't know why this is not working. Are we accidentally getting leaked state into our test? And that's what's breaking it. Oh! No, this is my log to kind of debug. So yeah, the the test infrastructure is seeing that yes, it's blue, and we want to choose blue. If we run this test in isolation, um, and it does a different thing, then we need to look for crosstalk. So test run args is -run test compare transparent expectations. Okay, we need to look for crosstalk. I did that earlier today. Sorry, what did I change here? Yeah. Sorry, I just want to rerun it again to make sure. Okay, it failed. So we don't have to look for crosstalks. That's helpful. Okay. Image mismatch. Yeah. So why? Oh, this doesn't blank anything. Oh no, this should clear it. Yeah, so I shouldn't have to call this. This should make everything blue. Um, hold on. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here. Does this do things? Yeah. So back buffer should look like. Yeah. We changed the background color. Um, yeah. Okay. This is not true anymore. Was this a no-op queue? It was not a no-op queue. Okay. And it will not have this clear color. It will have the clear color it had at this point. Because this resets it. So, but we do say which background color to use. Odd that we don't see a log of it. I thought I had a log in this file of when I got a real background. Yeah, printf in, oh, in this one. Okay, so I want to do the same. Oh, yeah, we look through expected, and if we find one, we don't add one. But if we do have one, if we don't have one, we add one. So this should always get a background passed. Okay, fine, we'll organize our imports. Custom background from args. Blue. Good. Wait a minute. Does read pixels... Read pixels should just read the frame buffer. Like, whether the pixel got set because it's blue from the background or blue from drawing something or black. Like, do we have a way of like sneakily inspecting the back buffer if we were to like break in a debugger. I'm going to think about that while I take a quick break. So how do we peek at the contents of the back buffer? It really is with debug.screenshot.rgba. We should take a look at what that is before we try to blit it over the background, right? There's some post-processing that we do to this debug screenshot. We should see what's there before the post-processing. A nice way to do it would be like have an option that you can pass that will dump it to a given file. Names can change, but for now, maybe dump raw image of the actual image and the expected args, or the args that are like expected. That's the terminology from the test framework that we're using called Convey. It's a pointer image RBA. Let's be real. we have a way to look through these things. Get dump raw image. Returns a file path. We're gonna have to define that, but yeah, reflection, hooray. But it should work. So path found is get dump raw image. What do we say? I want to be consistent with my naming. From args, get dump raw image from args. And we just pass in expected. If not found, return. Otherwise, debug dot dump image image manip dot I thought I had helpers for here's an image, read to disk. I mean, it's not hard to write. It's just I don't want to copy. I don't want to repeat myself. I mean, I guess it's this. Wah. Try out helper to write an image to a given file path. Till then, we shall roll our own. So f it error is os.create path. If error not nil, panic. Could os create mod q mod w. Sorry, my timer's going off. I gotta change the wash. Let's redo this. probably returns an error. Yep. We should defer closing it. Cool. Now we just need to pass in an option to do the thing. Render test dot dump raw. What do I call it? File path. It's really raw dump file path. And we can just put it in the current working directory. It'll be fine. Hmm? Oh. My bad. And it won't be in here, it'll be in here. Dumping. Okay. So it's actually got transparency. But we should have drawn a textured quad over top of it that would have picked up that blue. Right? Dump screenshot. I know I have a helper for that. Yeah. With height in, and then an IO out. I did not save the file. Okay. Well, we didn't see any black background either. I have a feeling it's a depth test issue. I think we are ignoring what's there when we would go to run our fragment shader, because one of the other got happened with a depth buffer or something. I don't know. But we'll try. We'll try to see what's going on. This is really like not pre-lit, but pre-lit post GL clear. Yeah, it's blue. Yeah. We blitted a texture with some transparency over top of blue, and we got transparent pixels. That should not happen. That's a bug in draw textured quad. Push attrib GL depth buffer bit defer GL pop attrib import GL GL.disable depth test. Still that. Maybe we enable it. We might need to blend too. No, because we're using our own. Hold on. We're using our own shader. Debug shaders. Unfortunately, I'm really not a game dev or a graphics programmer, so I'm not quite sure that I've done this right. But This should be blendy. Does GL blend affect anything in terms of? When blending is disabled to a buffer, the color from the fragment shader will be written directly to that buffer. When blending is enabled, one of the following blend equations will be used. Okay, so we need to turn on blending. And then this should work because like whatever we return through frag color should get blended. Where do? Okay. We need to make sure that blend and depth test are included in our invariant set because that was a pain. And this might break other things. Yeah. Okay, so so now we're properly blending when we're I feel like there's two times you're losing your mind. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. um, okay, there's two times where we try to let these things over top of a background. One of them is with the draw textured quad. And then the other is when we're actually when we're doing the blit for pre-processing the expectation file. Um, okay. Draw as RGBA with background. This uses image draw, which should be okay. Should work the way it did before. Otherwise, we draw from the given image. It should be an RGBA though. Like, ugh. You're drained. I hopped on Midnight Club 3 to customize some cars. Wanted to make DK's 350Z from Tokyo Drift and couldn't. Then I went to make Sean's Evo and couldn't. Now I'm just tired. Yeah. I'm sure you got pretty close. Okay. This is how you want to play it? This is how we're going to play it. I put it in a little. What? Oh, fine. I put it in this thing so that the deferrers won't clobber each other when I don't use a different name. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We might. I was just realizing we're going to do that for every comparison. Yeah, we're doing it for every comparison. We need to run just the test that's failing. Maybe it's crosstalk, so running it alone and having it pass will be fine. It'll tell us what's going on. Which test failed? Please tell me which test failed. Comp test 307. Okay, test comp specs. You got drawn on a black background. You got drawn on a blue background. Oh yeah, we're not actually passing it. Yeah. We don't pass it. We test the we pass the expectation, but we don't pass the background color. It literally took all day, but we're green. You barely got close. It's just predefined design, so it's not as advanced as you remember it when you're a kid. Yeah. Okay. I want to go take a nap. Let's. Oh. We're not going to get clean. We have other things like render test, blend test that we need to add. Yeah. Okay. This is the change that did it all. This is the white rabbit. Whatever it did it all. It's funny how we become tired when we don't succeed as fast as we want. Yeah. I mean, you're spending more time exerting effort. That should make you tired. But yeah. You get a burst of energy when you solve an issue, put it that way. Yeah, yeah. This goes away. Uh, well, it's all sorts of times in Canada, but locally it's 2:10 in the afternoon. Out west, it will be as early as like I want to say 9 a.m. Yeah, bottom right. Yeah, and out east it'll be something like 3:30 in Newfoundland. It's 11:40 in India. Yeah, you're getting late. Okay. before I delete that, I think about, do I ever want to do that again? Not often enough that I will change any APIs to do it. So I don't want to do it every time, that's for sure. Maybe dump raw image. That I think I will have. But I'm gonna remove trailing white space. Working on integrating the camera for your mobile app. Wish. This looks good. This looks good. Don't need to log that. Don't need to name that. We do want to call that do Golang follow every design pattern, even though it's not a OO object-oriented programming language? I mean, you can write equivalents of the design patterns in Golang. Whether they're used, I would imagine they're not actually used all that. Well, it depends on the project. Some projects are gonna really lean on it. Some projects are gonna roll their own whatevers. Um, Things like singleton are gonna come up a lot in Go. You can have just like a var at the package level, and then you want to make sure you're controlling concurrent access to it and all that. But yeah. What's it doing? Yeah, we don't want to dump anymore. Okay, sir, we'll join tomorrow. We're going to finish my work. Have a nice day. Thanks, you too. Thanks for stopping by. I always appreciate the company, and I do enjoy answering questions, so have a good one. Yeah, this is a handy dandy trains. We don't clobber rejection files if there's a test that's failing that uses the checker test data. Yeah, we should preserve the error. We'll clean that up later. We don't need to clear here. We need to clear here after the swap buffers. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh, we don't need that anymore. That was an old bug 40. Wait. Oh, so tired. Okay. This path. Set it to the same thing, except also recurse locally. So I can find geocontext.go. I need to add that to my dot files. I don't know why that's not there yet. I don't set path. I guess I run RTP. Runtime path. Um, no, we're not using this anymore because Syntastic went away. Syntastic goodbye. Oh, I see. You're legit bored out of my head. I finished the task for today, which was to get that I am GUI stuff working. Now I'm lost. uh, oh, I know what you can do. You can clone haunts and run the tests and see what happens. If you want, you don't have to. There's also there's a few good time killing puzzles like this one. A good puzzle site if you care about puzzles. Um, other than that, go to Hack the Box. Check that out. Okay. Start learning how to hack. It's like CTF challenges that try to walk you through pen test. HackerMan, yeah, probably a similar thing. Yeah. HackerMan's hacking tutorials. Sorry if I blew out your eardrums there. My interest varies. I typically just hone in on one thing. It's rare I was even gaming. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna keep working on this what you call it. It's diff. Uh, you could maybe resume your TDD thing. Haven't worked on it in about a week. Yeah. You might find that like your thinking has kind of shifted, and it feels different. But maybe that's maybe it feels better, maybe it feels worse. But where heckin' am I? That is not a thing anymore. Uh, I'm gonna test to see if we need this. If we do need it, it might be a bad thing. We're still green, right? Good. Still green. All right, we don't need it. I'm not sure that's true. I guess, like, it makes sense that you could specify an alpha for the clear value. Um, that's just what's going to get written to the color buffer. What if you clear everything and then set all the alpha to 0? Do you get like a see-through window? I'm not going to look at that, figure that out right now, but I'm at least going to reinstate that comment because I don't want to change things I don't need to change. Okay. Past me thought it was a good idea to put that comment, so I'm going to defer to him. Yeah, the raw dump file is really nice. No one uses it. Goodbye. Hey, still pass. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's a good to do. We don't need that logging. Bye-bye. And yes, we do, in fact, need to pass the color that people pick. I guess. Um, render. I think this is needed. We shall test. Yeah. Kinda unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, these comments are all up to date. This 40 is good. 40. All right. Okay. So all of these can go away. I guess I should just find. We do want to add blend test. We shouldn't need to do this. Also, make sure. Oh, we do disable. Okay. We do key. We should check and enforce the invariant that depth and blend are disabled, or at least set to what they should be set to by default. Okay. Okay, let's add and commit the. Wait, what's. Yeah, we're in green. So this was all a refactor, by the way. We're going to commit checker fail and the change in the code that actually uses checker fail. Let's not do that. And then, no. Split this. This is still checker. I said that. Going to use a separate expectation file for the failure mode test. Still sticking to the TDD cycle? More or less, yeah. This was like all a big refactor. But a lot of things had to change, so we'll deal with it. Splitting. Okay, I don't want to lose any of this, so just in case. Yeah. Okay. So there's a backup just in case. Now it won't protect me against the disk dying, but we'll get there when we get there. Eh. Your context, you're gone. Why can't I? Oh, I understand. Because it becomes not a patch. It says do nothing. Yeah, okay. I think I want to amend this commit because it fixes 39. Cool. I think the first thing I want to do is fix the bug. Fix actually pass the chosen background color to expectation. Tests. not sure if we need to make that change, which is interesting. I think our test infrastructure might expect it. I don't know if we actually call clear screen anywhere. Yeah, we do. One blue. Two red. What? Oh, sorry. The way to read this is there was a coordinate xy. Yeah, this is bad. Failure message. Um, to do improve failure message. Improve failure. I mean, maybe I'll just improve the failure message right now and then commit it ahead of time. Okay, so yeah, that would be nice, but we could just do this. Slice event. You know, 2-element array and a 4-element array of what are they? UN16s? UN32s. I don't know if it will do a good job of that. Eh. Eh. Uh, are your render tests more or less visual, or are you actually getting a message that a test failed? Um, I get a message that a test failed. Um, and then we also dump kind of the image that we accidentally generated, so that we can compare it to what we would have expected. I'm just playing with the format I want here, but you must have so many tests now. Does it not take a while to run them all? Um, it doesn't take too long. If the tests are slow, that's something I address, and especially with Golang, the kind of default behavior is if nothing changed in the package, uh, and it passed last time, you don't have to run it again. You just have a cached result. So um, we can do like a time make test fresh. So all these tests took under 5 seconds, which to be honest is a bit slow for me. I'd rather it be sub-second because I want to just run it over and over and over again. But if we time make test with all the caching, now it's 1.5 seconds. So, um, if your tests are slow, either your code is slow and so you want to fix that, or your tests are slow and you want to fix that. So, um, yeah, if they're slow, people won't run them, and it'll be annoying to run them. So, always running them means I notice when they're slow and when it's annoying me. So, I spend time optimizing. You know, slow bad, fast good. Okay. Yeah, if everything's passing and everything's cached, it's sub-second, but that's really just a test of how fast is the cache. So like if I want to run all of my tests not cached, or like with cache busting, take off 0.7 for whatever it costs, and that's really what I'm adding. At least something on that order. Um, yeah, so I'm going to add that change and the change here. Prefer solid black clear color by default, and improve clear test error messages. I can tell I'm tired because I'm not sticking to my why am I changing this. I'm actually writing out what changed. Usually I put why in the commit message, and if you want to know what, you look at the diff. Um, all right, we're still working on this diff. I'm going to take a quick break, but I'll be right back. I'm just arbitrarily picking things that I think I should check. No diff. Okay, let's look at the diffs that add to do things. I'm gonna add that comment with the change that actually adds depth testing things. We can add that. GD is getDiff, yes, and GDC is getDiff dash dash cached. Technically, it's dash getDiff dash B to ignore whitespace changes. Just to, I want to know what's changed, and I don't care if whitespace changes. But yeah. Bash aliases. If you find yourself typing the same thing over and over and over again, you can save yourself literally hundreds of keystrokes. So yeah, not that one. Yes, this one. This one too. This one too. Let's put this. Not that one. Yes, this one. And then we're done. Yeah, this one. That's still in GL context, I think. I use Fish as my shell, and it has auto-completion, so typically I would just type a command and complete the phrase in one go. Yeah. Maybe I should use something other than Bash, but it's just so ubiquitous that I like that being what my fingers know, so that if I'm ever revisiting a foreign system, I'm still comfortable. Um, Not that one. Yes, that one. Yes. Oh, yeah. Cool. And then we'll also add to do TXT. This is Windows 8. Yeah, I know, and I don't want to be here anymore. Yeah, I getcha. That is one of the reasons I keep my NVIM fairly vanilla, because I wouldn't feel as restricted on a different machine. Yeah. If you haven't already, I would really highly suggest source controlling your like dot files, like your vim config basically, right? And then you can clone it and put it wherever you want it, as long as you have internet access. And if you're really upset about it, you can always, or if you really have to work around it, you can always like put it on a thumb drive as well. Um, why do I have dump ping? I don't know. So this is all just documentation changing. Um, docs. Um, make make notes. What is the? Should set up a .files repo. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to have everything, right? Even if it has anything, it's still a step in the right direction. Um, make notes. Get messy. I forget the what Miss Frizzle says in the Magic School Bus. Make mistakes, get messy, something or other. But yeah, docs. Some things are not great. Make note of the things we can of some of them. Okay. Uh, actually, I might want to patch up this one into that. Uh, I picked the wrong file. Go Linux, Linux, go. Yes, documentation change. Yes, documentation change. Yes. No. Docs. Update outdated. One time dot lock OS thread comments. That's a pretty good diff right there. Fix typo. Yeah, I wanted to add this as a option. Feature. Include a way to dump intermediate for when things start to go sideways. Next, draw drawing textures, even with our own shaders, still needs GeoBlend enabled for blending to happen. Might want to clean that up a little bit. What? Blend test. Is this a render test or a render test? Seems more like a render test to me. Test. Yeah, like the smoking gun is that we don't import render test. How can this be a test of render test if we're not talking about render test? Okay, so get reset move render test blend test dot go to render. Yes, you are correct, Mr. Move Command. There's no test data in the render package? Oh, except it's that. Rendering strings should use blending and not use a blend that maintains that doesn't affect destination alpha. Fix, don't lose an error. Fix, include an error that we might have. Don't forget to wait a minute. We don't need to put E in that. Do we? I'm not sure. We'll leave it for now and not commit it, but we're a bit over time here, but oh, sorry, I'm getting a call. Just a sec. Sorry, yeah. You're gonna head out. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm gonna also head out. Um, I gotta do some taxiing for my niece. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. Hope to see you again next time.